What's good, the peoples? It's a little dark in here. I forgot to turn my light on. That's better. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome back to Final Fantasy IV. Getting my chat on screen here. So I have here a list of tails that we're going to have to farm out to get the onion equipment. There are 5 of them, and that's only part of the rare drops we're going to have to go after. And that's in addition to the pink tail we can farm up in the final dungeon. And I think we might start this farm tonight if we finish up all the maps. I don't think we're going to need to do all of the item farming on this first playthrough, but I think going into the second playthrough it'd be nice to have a suit of animate armor and an onion sword for Cecil. And we need a rainbow pudding for the Naming Way quests. But the first thing on the agenda is to finish up the map. So there's nothing missable in the Giant of Babel, as far as I can tell. So we can just go ahead and get the map in there and beat the bosses. We do have piercing magic on Rydia if we need it for CPU. Or whatever CPU is called in this version. I guess I don't actually remember. With any luck, we'll just get one of the random summon drops. Like from these bombs can drop them, goblins can drop them. We need to farm Mind Flayers at some point. I'm hoping that all of the drops we're looking for... There's a couple other odds and ends. Like, we got a Cursed Ring in this run, but I think that Cursed Ring's going to go away. I don't think that one sticks around for New Game Plus. So any items that don't carry over to New Game Plus are not useful for us on this playthrough. And yes, I did miss a passage down there. It's gonna feel weird using so many alerts in like the Antlions nest looking for yellow slimes, but I think that's the best place to get it. So I think we can get encounters with 4 slimes, which gives us 4 chances at the item. And I have no idea how long it's gonna take. We might be at it for a minute. I also did do some pre-planning if we're going to do a Final Fantasy I NES run. It looks like I'm going to be able to get all spells of level 1 through 7. So we're only missing 1 spell from level 8 on each side of the magic set. And I have a plan how to carry all of the spell casting items, all the pieces of weapon and armor that cast spells, which are kind of the most unique weapons and armor in the game, without giving up any of my useful equipment slots on any character. And I can carry some number of the unique weapons beyond that. So I've got that all planned out. I'm trying to figure out if I want to go for max stats or not in Final Fantasy 1, because it is going to be one of the shorter games. And it would require me to kind of play through the game solo with a fighter for a long stretch of it. So it would like start out as a fighter solo run where we carefully make sure all of his level ups are strong ones. And then once I reach the volcano, I can safely grind up any of the other characters. Was that with or without the item finder augment to get the pudding? So stat growth in Final Fantasy 1 is weird. I think to get optimal stats, you have to play unpromoted until continuing to play unpromoted would sacrifice spell slots, which I think might be different for each class. But I haven't decided if I want to get that granular with it, because level 50 is the max level in Final Fantasy 1, and level 50 characters are absurdly powerful anyway. I didn't think about it, but the final dungeon area of this game is kind of structured like Final Fantasy 3, because first you've got to go through this Lunar Cave area, which is kind of like the Ancient Labyrinth. And then you go through the final dungeon proper, and there's side paths that lead to more powerful weapons that you can take. And then when you get to the end of the dungeon, you go through a kind of secondary final dungeon area. For some reason, this chair... Yeah, you have the little thing on the side that raises and lowers your chair. For some reason, my chair keeps lowering itself, and then it feels like I'm sitting on the floor. Like, if I lean on it a certain way, it, like, pushes the button that lowers the chair. I'm not really sure why. I might have to disassemble this chair and find out what's going on with it. Anyway. Yeah, this game has a lot more in common with Final Fantasy III than I realized, and it was only apparent now that I'm playing through it so recently after playing Final Fantasy III. Like, my best bet to get to the bomb summon might be these guys here. Because you encounter 4 of them at a time. I don't think there's another place where you can encounter 4 bombs at a time in one battle. But we might be getting a taste of what the majority of this streaming project is going to be tonight as I get to the grindiness of it all. There's also hidden stats in Final Fantasy 1 that you can gain. There's like a hidden magic defense or magic evasion stat that you don't see on your menu, but it does exist. And I would never know how high it is for any of my characters. So he's just telling us that Golbez isn't the big bad, and it's actually this dude Zemus. So we're going to give him 2 augments, so he gives up some augments for us. What am I going to... Let's give him useless stuff that I'm... Oh, we're going to give him Inferno, to be sure. I think it amuses me to give him Kick. I forget if we get that augment from him or not. I'm going to give him Kick, just because I want to. Okay, so Cecil's got to go to the front row here. Well, maybe not. Cecil should eat all the attacks meant for Fuseya. So he should be fairly safe there. Go ahead and put him in the party lead, just... for gits and shiggles. I wouldn't want to set my counter to Kick even if I could, just because most of the good damage we're getting out of it is against bosses, and I wouldn't want to kick bosses because that splits damage. I think we're good on equipment. I don't want to jack any of his gear. Back to the ship. Like, I'd rather Cecil one-shot these kind of creatures with a counter. Like, just straight up one with counterattack in that scene. Oh, Fuseya's got Lollipop too. He and Rosa have matching lollipops. I think Fuseya looks stupid. Let's go back to Cecil. But yeah, I double-checked. None of the rare items we're looking for drop off of monsters in the Giant. So we shouldn't have to spend any extra time in the Giant. We should be good to just burn on through. It's pretty good. I enjoyed looking at that. They dropping bomb fragments, but not actual bombs. How good would it be if we got both of our rare drops from this one encounter? Do I dare dream? So next playthrough, we'll give Cecil kick and see if counter kick is really fun. Not Quake. Do we like Quake today? So I'm guessing to make counter into kick, I just put whatever I want to use to counter in the top slot of his abilities. Is that the idea? Okay, that's straightforward enough. Oh, Edge. I doubt Edge could wipe this party with one of his spells. Very underwhelming animation in any respect. Well, what if I put just like a magic command there? Like Bard Song is in that position. What does it mean to counter with Bard Song? Does she just pick a random song in that case? My items look like... I think we're good on... everything we need. We've got plenty of cottages. I think we're good. We can just go. How goes it, Cody? Earth.jpg. Everybody's got a cape. Well, Fusue's got like weird hair over his cape. Alright, here's Emerald Weapon. Once we complete the story of this game, we're going to go into an NES playthrough of Final Fantasy 1, which I have planned out. So we'll be doing 2 playthroughs of Final Fantasy V over the course of the year. One for this specific project, where we're going to max out everything. And then a run for the 4-job Fiesta, which I do every year. I'll either stream the Fiesta run, or I will release it as a weekly YouTube video like I did this past year. I haven't decided yet. All the people we thought were dead are still alive. And all of these people have airships now. I guess we gifted all of them some Red Wings. Alright. Coolest dungeon music in the game. Maybe any game. Within the Giant is one of those transcendent music tracks. But we can't revisit this place if we don't get the maps. Kind of weird that there is even a map to complete in that little floor right there. I think everything in here likes Thunderga, so we're just going to go ham with some Thunderga. So Cecil's going to eat just a lot of damage in here, but I don't think we need to remove draw attacks from him. I don't think Fuse is ever going to get a spell off. We're just killing everything too quickly for him. Old Moon Man can't hang. So that's not proportional damage in this version. I think in the SNES version, the beam attack always does 10% of your total health, whereas in this version it seems to do quite a lot more. Wow, he just does so much less damage than Rydia, it's almost funny. He doesn't have a rod on? He does. Well, he has a staff. I could give him a rod, but I just really don't care. He's only going to be in the party for this one dungeon. And none of the equipment that he has is unique, so I'm not even going to bother unequipping him, I don't think. I like the little up and down elevators, that's a nice touch. Why are their spells in different locations? Oh, Cecil's dead. 2 of those beams is enough to kill him. So 2 of these beam guys are death for Cecil. Okay. Fair enough. See how Blitz does against them. It might be Blitz and Thundaga can take them out instead of waiting for 2 Thundagas. It's about as good as Soya's Thundaga. Going to defend with him. There's no point in him even taking a turn, really. I wonder if defending would reduce the damage from that beam attack. Next time I see 2 of those guys, I'm going to try it, see if it works. So Fusoya gains levels, but I don't think his stats ever go up. Nope, I missed a box. Yeah, it did actually. Alright, so I can successfully keep Cecil alive in the face of those beam attacks by defending. I wonder how many different things this guy can summon. Actually, one of the meaner enemies in this area, I think. But those machine dragons do not have a rare tail like other colors of dragons do, so we don't have to farm them up at all. %. Oh, it's naming way. I guess he's gonna just be here to sell me stuff. Ooh, you don't say. We might be in trouble here. If they both decide to scorch at the same time. Fusoya does not need experience anyway. He's completely flat. That is ridiculous. There's no meat on him. He's just completely deflated. He's like a balloon man. He's not the mop man in this version. He's the balloon man. We're getting there, Kane Zero. We're going to complete maps tonight, and then probably start doing some item grinding. Oh, can I buy these somewhere else, I wonder? I think I can. While I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and buy... a whole bunch of cottages. A whole bunch of Phoenix Downs. And some shurikens. Like, in the 2D version, he kind of collapses into a puddle of his own hair, but he has enough hair that you could, like, conceivably believe, oh, there's still a man under all that hair. No, apparently he's just a gas bladder with a beard. Apparently that's the haps. So it should just be Lunar Subterrane maps left.
You've come.
The giant cannot be stopped.
But you can. This will be your doom.
You again.
Our master Venus gifted us with life.
To rob you of yours.
How I yearn for this. When last we met, you taught me a great truth. That many are more powerful than one.
You had to be taught that lesson? That's not just common sense?
Now, show us what power you possess.
Okay, let's just get into it here. We're just gonna want... We're gonna start just with Protect and Shell, as always. We're going to Haste and Berserk Edge. Cecil is blinded. That has to be fixed. Cecil needs Akira, and then we will haste. Where's haste? There it is. Soon we'll be able to haste the whole party at once, which will be nice. Once Fusoya leaves the party and gives us his augments. They have not done anything to damage me yet. Like, we're still at pretty much, yeah, we're still at max hit points. They haven't done anything. Counter silence? Well, that's dumb. Lightning is not having much of an effect on him either. I'm going to try ice. I think he has a weakness to ice as well. Let's find out. Oh, we switched. Never mind. She didn't like Blizzaga much. Actually, I don't think she can be Holy. I think Holy heals her. Give Fusaya some mips back so we have something for the final leg of this fight. Give him a little bit of juice. Oh, that actually worked. Nice. Berserk. I think we'll just stick with Flare because his cape is closed. Nope, he opened it. Never mind. That was a mistake. Rubicante's sexy, sexy gams. Well, that didn't go well. He almost wiped with Matt in the first time I fought him, too. I wonder if his cape has to be open for him to use that. Oh, she doesn't have enough hit points left, or magic points left. Now, if there's ever a time for an elixir, it's now. So we're gonna have to dual cast a Rise to get back in this game. That was through Shell as well. I have Shell up, I think. Okay, raise, edge, and then Kiraja everyone. Gets him right in the face. Yeah, Flare's better than Blizzaga anyway. There's no reason to use Blizzaga. Dead. Alright, that Inferno attack was monstrous. But here we are now. Those friggin' guys. Alright, here's where I think we're going to switch Rydia to Piercing Magic instead of Summon. Because I think the next boss is going to reflect itself, and then to put good damage on it, we're going to have to be able to get through reflect. You don't want to like angle the camera up here so we can actually see this. There we go. Okay. It must absorb holy damage. And then Kiraja everybody, I guess. So Cecil can't do anything to it. Absorbs lightning damage. Oh, I think I just raised edge twice. Whoops. I did. That's great. Why does it put the shurikens down at the bottom? Arise and then shell everyone. I took away his bless. I kind of want to put that back on him now. Okay, so that's dead. How are we doing with shell? Okay. That I can fix. So I should be able to flare this thing even though it's got reflect, which is nice. That laser barrage, though, how am I supposed to get around that? With shell, it almost did 2,000 damage to everybody in this party. And it's gonna spam it. I wonder if we have to silence it. We're gonna have to try silencing it, I think. Because shell was not effective against it. And it's not a counter, like it's not countering what we're doing. Let's go ahead and do this. It's gonna bounce off. We have to start on Rose's turn. Because we're not gonna be able to outrun that first laser barrage. So raise and then Kiraja. Kill the attacker and DPS through the healing. How much healing was it actually doing? I wasn't actually paying attention. We can try... 800? No, we can definitely DPS through that. Alright, so do the opposite of what Fusaya tells you to do. I thought it was healing for thousands, because you can't DPS through the healing in the original, so that's one of the gotchas. Alright. But we're still dead after 2 laser barrages. Like... Unless we can stop it. I'm going to try to stop it. No effects. It's not using his laser barrage at all now. That's a mean trick. Okay, well, we can't cast magic against it with Rosa. Does she not have her piercing magic? Did I not give her the piercing magic? Or was that Fusaya's flare? Oh, you can't cast haste on yourself. Or on everybody. Let's go ahead and just white magic then. That was Fusaya's, okay. So you, I'm just gonna not do anything with you. Alright, so we're gonna have to DPS with the piercing magic then. So it was a good idea to go out of our way to get that piercing magic. So Rydia and Edge are our damage dealers here. That's a mean trick, because the NPC literally tells you to kill the defense node. I mean, if you kill both nodes, it revives them. So that's just not a good option. If it's intended, it's a mean trick. But it is the opposite of how you want to play the fight in the 2D version. Oh, right. So he absorbs holy. forgot this thing absorbed wholly. So Rose is going to heal it back to full here. Yeah, oh well. I forgot. So this thing just can't do anything if it's by itself? I guess we can try Osmos. Nada. Alright, it's down to edge then. Because Riddy is best attack in this fight because she can't use her multi-target attacks. In the 2D version is Sylph, which is enough to damage the CPU because it doesn't respect Reflect. And then it helps keep the party healed some. Cecil's almost at his stat threshold where he's going to stop gaining stats from his class and start gaining them from his equipped augments. Oh, I think we actually have a long story scene to watch here. Stretch.
Why was I so consumed by hate?
Because you have that
Gained your senses
deep,
then.
hateful voice.
Do you remember your father's name?
Alfred Jones.
My father, his name was Cluya.
Then you're Cecil's own.
Brother? Golbez is my...
You were being manipulated
What a
by
twist!
the all-powerful will of Zemus. Your Lunarian blood rendered you an easy target for his curse and bound your thoughts to his. To think Cluya's sons would be made to fight one another.
Did we learn Golbez's real name in these scenes
fought
too?
him. I hated him. My own brother.
You are my brother.
But were it me, the one Zemus chose to control, our roles might just as well have been reversed.
No, there was evil in me long before all this.
What?
I'm the one who abandoned you.
It's just twist after twist with this game. It just never stops. So their mother died in childbirth. Her name was Cecilia, of course. So Golbez's given name is Theodore. So Cecil is named for his mother Cecilia. And then when Cecil has a son of his own... I gotta control this. When Cecil has a son of his own, he names him for his brother, kind of. Instead of naming his son Theodore, he names him Theodore. No idea where this is, by the way. It's like, this is a village, I guess, founded by Cluya somewhere. Because, like, he taught magic to these villagers. But he hasn't told anybody he's actually from the moon. But Theodore practices black magic instead of white magic, which makes him evil, which makes Rydia evil? Which I guess is kind of the plot of the After Years. Like, evil Rydia is the... I don't know. Also, he's considerably older. Like, there's an age difference of it's got to be 7 or 8 years at least. And some of the villagers beat up Kluya. And I guess this is where Theodore started hating people. But he doesn't know the cure spell because he's been practicing black magic, and black magic is evil. Look at this. He's got like the anime cat smile on his face. It's ridiculous. But now she's going to die. And so Theodore's going to be all alone with this baby that he doesn't want. Theodore is like... So Cecil, the real internal conflict within him is not darkness versus light. It's, do I name my son after my brother? Or do I name him Cecil Jr.? And he couldn't decide. So he went with Theodore. Oh, Zemus wants him to murder the baby. I kind of wish you could find the remnants of this village somewhere. So Theodore abandons his baby brother where Baronian soldiers can find him. The king's hunting party. King's got a sweet mustache, actually. I don't know if they expand upon this at all at any point, but apparently Cecilia was banished from Barian or something. Golbez is just a more evil sounding name.
After that, I took to the borderlands, where I could hide from others' eyes.
None of this sequence is in the original 2D versions of the game, by the way. This is all additional storyline.
I would not think to ask for your forgiveness now, but I am glad that you survived. What better a pawn could Zemus have possibly chosen than this?
Where will you go?
To put an end to all of this.
Zemus is a Lunarian, as am I. I will go with you.
So I guess Fusuya and Golbez in this scene are kind of like, I guess Cecil's role in this is done, so we got it from here, guys. See ya. You guys can keep the spaceship. Enjoy.
Cecil, is this all right?
Is that the implication that Cecilia is the king's
He's your
daughter?
brother.
If that's the case, it explains why Cecil has a claim to the Baronian throne. At the end of the game, he ascends the throne of Baron. And in the original game, it's just kind of implied that nobody else was worthy of the job. Like, nobody else in Baron noticed that the rightful king had been murdered and replaced by a monster. So they're just like, I guess the paladin guy can be king. He'll do a better job than any of us could have done. Fusuya mentions that Kluya is his brother in the first meeting. That's established. Much younger brother, it seems to me. I mean, it's not written anywhere that except in Damcian, where Edward is the prince. He's the crown prince. But it's entirely possible that Baron and
It's your fault the giant appeared in the first place.
Fabul don't select their king. It's not a hereditary office. It's entirely possible that,
Well, that's why you're
like, the king of Fabul is like the greatest master monk or something, or some other selection process. And there's a cute little scene with baby Cecil and baby Cain. This is, I think, the only mention that any of these characters have last names, actually. I think Cain is the only character that mentions his last name. So what they're explaining here is that Zemus can't control anybody. He can only control people who already have some measure of evil in their hearts. And Golbez had hatred for his brother after his parents died, and Cain has this severe jealousy of Rosa's affections towards Cecil. And that's how Zemus was able to control the two of them.
Golbez is Cecil's older brother. A Lunarian named Zemus was making use of Golbez's Lunarian blood as a means to control him. Golbez and Fusoya went to the moon to put an end to
Although they also state that Golbez, like, one of the requirements is he has Lunarian blood, whereas Cain would not.
Well, in any case, it would
How Cain is able to be mind controlled is kind of just glossed over.
And when he takes over your mind again, what then?
If that should happen, kill me without a second thought.
Then count me in too. I have a couple of blades with this Zemus's name on them.
Edge.
Let's go. To the moon.
So Zemus can only control people with Lunarian blood, but Golbez can control whoever he wants.
This time, there may be no homecoming.
Oh, and the girls are too weak and frail to come with us.
Get off the ship.
They gotta go bake pies and braid their hair and stuff.
This is work for grown-ups. You just wait for us back here.
Oh, kick him in the nuts. Go right for his nuts.
Cecil.
What a dick line.
Don't argue, Cain.
Okay. Oh, I don't have menu access here. I guess it doesn't actually remove the girls from my party, it just disables my menu for now. Because you would think if Cain could be controlled because of jealousy, like, Edge could certainly be controlled because of rage. Because Edge has these, like, this reckless enraged attitude towards life. At least he did when he first joined the party.
Rosa.
But that rage is almost treated like a virtue instead of a flaw, a character flaw.
Anywhere.
Why not?
Without me along, who will heal you when you're hurt?
Potions!
Rosa.
You can't win this one, Cecil.
No use arguing with a woman.
Oh, kick him in the
I'll
nuts!
argue
Just
no more. Your help is welcome.
screw this guy.
Just as we planned.
You're here too?
So I like to imagine they were just like hanging on to the outside of the ship.
Himself.
Like they just grabbed hold of something.
Along can't hurt, can it?
Rydia. Come. Our battle awaits.
I've always hated this scene where he's like, the girls can't come with us. Even though Rydia, by any stretch of the imagination, is the most powerful person in this group, we're not going to let her come. You don't need anything new. You've got all Genji stuff, but we do have some augments for you, buddy. So I wonder if he's going to lose access to Cry if we give him both Focus and Darkness. I wonder if that's okay. Darkness, I think, is better overall because he can probably get 2 jumps before his darkness wears off. We'll go with Darkness and Focus. So he's got both of those now. I think Edge might be the better Cry user in the long run. Or even giving the command to Rosa. Well, maybe not. Where do we get Fusaya's augments? He didn't give them to us. Let's see here. So we can go get the HP augment now. So Fusaya's augments are just in the Crystal Palace. Okay. Got it. First things first. Oh, I might be able to replace attack with jump, actually. Yes, you can. So like he can have everything. He can have all the things. All the things he has right now, though, is completely overkill. Like, he doesn't need that. Like, he's going to hit the damage cap. We can't raise the damage cap until we've beaten the game once. So there's a dude here that has an augment for us. But I don't know which dude. Yeah, like these dudes are all saying that Cecil should be the next king already. Anybody even in here? Yeah, there's some dudes in here. I wish you could equip more than 5 abilities. Really 4 abilities, because you're not allowed to replace your items command. Like, you're really constrained by what augments you can synergize with one another. Just talking to all the NPCs here, because one of them gives me an augment at this point. You dick. Undo this. Watch, it's gonna actually turn me into a pig now. Okay. Sid's cronies aren't even out here. Not even there's any NPCs in this area. There's not. Okay. He's gonna be in literally the last place I look. Watch. Nobody's in jail. Yeah, this list says received by a soldier after the events of the giant. But the wiki has been wrong before. So some number of the Red Wings must have... Well, it's got to be this guy, right? There it is. Okay. We can leave. Some number of the Baron soldiers must have gone over to Golbez's side because he can't pilot all of the airships himself. So... Kane also had our Gill Finder augment, though. And I'm gonna have to start buying a bunch of sirens. Each siren is 3,000 gold. They're not cheap. So 99 of them is gonna be 10 trillion gold. So I'm actually going to remove his darkness augment for now and give him Gil Finder instead. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I wanted to click the fly button, not the welcome to Earth button. Why did they use that? Why did they use a model of the actual Earth? Do not understand. So Final Fantasy V is kind of the weird one in the series where you're not allowed to explore your own airship. Starting with Final Fantasy III, that's a thing you can do in every game. Well, I guess you don't do it in 12 either. You can't just wander around the straw. Yeah, sirens are 3,000 each. How many can I afford right now? 76. Let's clear the Lunar Subterrane first. And then we'll buy a bunch of sirens. So I think we're going to be back there quite a bit buying 99. Wonder if I should give Rosa or Rydia the HP 50 augment. What do their ability lists look like? Rosa has 1, 2, 3 spots that we can give up. I'm tempted to give Rosa the HP augment right now, just as like a layer of protection. Because she also has the most ability slots that we can give out. Like, this Prey command is no good. Anyway. Whereas upping the survivability on her white mage is going to be a good bet. And then her white magic command we're going to replace shortly with Omni casting. I thought I replaced attack with jump on him. Maybe I just made it his auto battle command. I didn't think Quake was going to hit that bomb up there. That's insane. There we go. Well, if Quake will hit them, I'm going to keep using them. Kind of funnels me into a dead end there. Oh, Kira was not targeting the right person either. Nice. I guess because Kane took damage. And Cecil hadn't yet. Let's go get the augments and then we'll save. Ah, there they are. I guess we can get Bless. Alright, we're going to give Omnicasting to Rosa. So now she can cast 2 spells at once, or she can hit the whole party with any spell. We could replace this with something too, if we really wanted to. As for Phoenix, that's like a, if you get killed, you revive yourself ability, I think. Well, you're not going to need piercing magic anymore. I think we might want to do this, actually. MP 50. We can also probably do without Bard Song now. Alright, let's take our free heal before we go up. I wonder if item lore and salve combo. I've read that if you give hide to Edge, Edge can use his throw command while he's hidden. If that's the case, that's hilarious, but also should be incredibly powerful. Alright, final dungeon time. These friggin' guys. Oh, omnicasting isn't a command you select. Interesting, I thought it was. So it just applies to anything she casts, I guess. Okay, there should be... Yep. Alright, so break doesn't work on the lady fans there. Good to know. So when this Kira comes out, is she gonna omnicast it? No. I think this is better overall, and nothing in here is going to reflect, so we might as well go back to summon. So she cannot cast one spell anymore. That's fine. We can probably always find 2 spells for her to cast. Huh. It's like that, is it? Ah, Cecil does know raise in this version. Nice. Make use of his MPs outside of combat. Good stuff for him. Oh yeah, we're gonna... The goal is a completed inventory. So one of each item. So we're gonna grind flans and all kinds of stuff. We're probably gonna lose somebody here. Let's see who. Everybody survived, okay. Well, surviving was nice while it lasted. I thought Bahamut would kill all these guys. But it takes Bahamut and a little something something. L button doesn't work on this screen, because why would it? Okay, so the regular cure command is more than enough to keep Cecil alive fairly cheaply. Cecil got like 8 attacks in the time it was going to take for Kane to land once. We can streamline your command lists a little bit. Like that. Actually, I'm going to teach her that Phoenix augment now. Oh, that's not what I thought it was going to do. Because then I'd have to revive her and then give her an elixir to replant. Like, that ability doesn't sound like it's ever going to be really useful. Alright, whatever. We'll just never use it then. I don't know what's gonna go in its place, but... I mean, fast talker on the next run, for sure. I don't like the fight with 3 of these nerds. We almost always lose somebody here. Especially when we single target Cecil like that. Wow. Alright, we're doing it this way, huh? These guys want to play. Like, Edge is still holding his sword out in front of him even when he's dead. His ninja training is... it runs deep. It runs deep indeed. What if I can rearrange my spell lists? And if I do, if it'll stay rearranged on later playthroughs. Now I cannot. Cannot rearrange those lists. Well, that's just too bad. I think I missed a passage on B1, so we're going to be going back. I mean, obviously, we're going to be coming through this play several times. Riddy is out of MP, so now might be a good time to duck out of the dungeon, since we can no longer one-shot the Warlock guys. I think this side is MP. We really only need the MP side. Yep, okay, back in. I've got a couple stacks of Artemis arrows. So now we should go straight down, and we should complete this map. No, arrows are not consumable in this version. It's just they're also... I don't see much use of having Rosa as an archer. I'd rather her have a staff and make her white magic more powerful. Also, I think I missed a pixel somewhere on this map. Unless it's right here. Okay, it was. We'll have time when grinding to try out all kinds of stuff. Oh, maybe this is the path forward. I think this is actually the path forward. Okay. So the previous path is just for treasure. Here's this guy. Like, I'm gonna have to use her turns for healing in these fights against dragons anyway. Like, I just don't see us not fighting these things and not having to heal during the fight. Excellent work, Cecil. We will never equip that. Wanted to see if Cecil could solo that thing before Rose's cure spell came out. We are silenced. That's no good. Another one of these already, huh? I might... Ooh, don't throw an aura staff, no. It's probably worth throwing shurikens at it. At least until our party's strong enough that we can win the fight a lot faster. I'm gonna accidentally throw that aura staff, watch. I think I can shortcut shurikens. For level up purposes, I don't think I'm going to want to after level 70 something. No, you can't shortcut shurikens. Which seems like at least a minor inconsistency. Big damage. Owie. Owie. Doesn't counter throw, only regular attacks, it looks like. If I go my inventory and sword, it might put shurikens back at the bottom though. I need a better way to kill these things for sure. Do they just commit suicide when you summon on them? I don't know what that sentence means. I don't know what their AI script is or anything. I think in the 2D versions they will explode if you don't kill them quickly enough. Gotta get all the pixels. I gotta see who's dead before she can input a turn. Cecil's dead. No, not quite. I should have Kane jump against the same one Cecil and Edge are attacking. Because Kane can't kill one outright. They have too many hit points. So I'm having to cast Break twice anyway. Ugh, this is a bad attack to get. Bad time to be surprised. Rosa has an HP plus augment, which is why she has so much health. I haven't actually used any apples yet because they carry over to New Game Plus, and I'd rather have access to all of them on the third playthrough, which is the one that really matters. That's the playthrough where we're going to be spending most of our time. At least we think they carry over. It's true in the DS version, but I don't know what differences, what other like little changes they made, if any. We won't know for sure until we actually get there. Where's the rest of this floor? Gotta be a secret passage somewhere. Ugh, this encounter is the worst. I am out of magic after this fight. It's time to teleport out. Alright, is there another secret passage on this floor? I'm gonna just grab a quick map. Because I don't think the actual map layouts change much from the 2D version. But they look a lot different. Oh, okay, no. It's just a passage from a previous floor that we have to take. That's where Edge's first sword is going to be. They went through all the trouble making this mirrored floor effect on this map, but you can't actually see your own reflection as you walk across it. Which is too bad. That would have been cool looking. We want to go over to the left. I played enough Free Enterprise, you would think I would have these maps committed to memory by now. You can make this thing blow itself up. Nope. Counterattacks. Give me Protect and give me Cure Auto. Dead. Wow. Let's see if Tornado works. I want to find something that works on these guys because they have such stupid hit points. Of course, because they're a strong monster, absolutely nothing is going to work on them. But we also, there's no point in triggering their counterattacks either. Like, Libra won't tell me what status effects, if any, have an effect on them. Because we do have to farm these guys later. They've got something I want. So we'll just run down the list. See if break works. Nope. Maybe I can steal something good from them? Or not. Kane, are you up there? There you are, buddy. So they drop the rune axe eventually. Not a passage up here? What does the map say? We just haven't reached the passage to it yet. Okay, fair enough. Accessible from another floor. I had to take that step, otherwise there was a pixel on the map I was going to miss. Really? We're going to get an encounter on top of the teleporter? We're going to do that? So this will take me back up through the second floor, which takes me back up to the first, which is where the sword is. I think that's how this is going to work. I missed a pixel on this floor somewhere. Damn it. We're not winning this fight. I don't think we can win this. Be a good fight to get later when we need their tail. And he's silenced. Nice. Alright, what pixel did I miss? I see it. I don't think I should ever be surprised down here. Like, under what circumstances is it a surprise that there was a monster around this corner? Gonna try to conserve Rose's Mips here for a minute. This monster is not exceedingly dangerous. In any event. I think we have 3 sets of Artemis arrows now. Alright, so it's 1, 2, and 3 complete. This guy's all about counters, but I forget what the counters are. Let's put up... Okay, so he absorbs Holy. That's not good. Protect in Shell is a good start. Cry. God, all your swords suck. I guess go to this. I don't know what it counters magic with. I guess we're just gonna have to find out. Ah, we can haste everyone now. That's nice. Full party haste. What up? It didn't counter black magic. Interesting. Might as well throw the rest of these shurikens. It slowed me. Gross. Man, we didn't even get Kane to land on it. The Murray Sane. Alright, so things might go a little smoother now because Edge has better equipment. Get your Excalibur back on, please. Go to 100, go to 105. I didn't do focus time 3. I did cry and then 1 focus and then jump. I mean, the cry contributed to Cecil's damage with the defender. But once we can break, because we're going to give Kane our first limit break, augment. And once we break the damage cap, that's where Focus 3 is going to be extremely good. Let's do Kiraga. And then slow. We'll also eventually be able to give Riddy a bluff. I guess that double Blue Dragon fight would have been doable. If we slow them, and then we get a little bit lucky with the Ice Storms. I think jump takes way too long in this game. I think it'd feel better if he jumped immediately and then the bar fills up, and then when the bar fills up, that's when he lands. I wonder why they didn't implement it that way. Tornado didn't work on this guy. I think we just go with Flare. I'm convinced Cry is the best thing he can do on his first turn. Because Cry just makes Edge and Cecil way better. And they both get a large amount of attacks. Oh, it's obnoxious when Cecil gets silenced. And I'm low on Echo Herbs. See, this guy. I just need a better way to deal with this thing. Counterattacks are just dire. Let's protect everyone. And then let's haste everyone. Where is haste? Cottage. A focus jump is good because it's a huge amount of damage. It's worth the counter attack. I think Flare is too. She's dead. Still not dead after that jump. There, it self-destructs at long last. And it still had 4,000 health. And if they self-destruct, you don't get anything from the fight. Let's look at the thing's stat block. We are going to have to kill a lot of these things later because of their drop, which is the Black Tail. We're going to have to kill probably 200 of these things. It says it counters all magic by self-destructing, but we cast Flare on it like 3 times. Also, the wiki says the Armored Fiend is a weak enemy in terms of attack power, which is just wrong. That's just not correct. So there is a Final Fantasy wiki. I use it a lot for various things, but it has a lot of incorrect information on it that just persists for some reason. even though a wiki format, like, they should correct itself over time, it seems like this particular wiki doesn't. I imagine there's like a lot of like behind the scenes drama and stuff that goes on regarding editing the wiki and what's allowed to... You're dead. What's allowed to stay and what's not, like... So, if inaccurate information gets placed on the wiki by popular members of the community, it could just stick around for years as the edit gets continually reversed. Alright, B4. Let's make sure we get all the pixels. I want to shell everyone to try to take a bite out of that flamethrower. And maybe it just sometimes counters with self-destructs. Maybe that's the trick. Really, Cecil? We're gonna miss today? Cecil's accuracy is leaving something to be desired at the moment. I guess whenever you select... Yeah, there I didn't use magic against it at all and it self-destructed. We actually have to kill them. We can't let them self-destruct, otherwise they'll never drop anything. So it might just be I need more experience levels. I'm just not strong enough yet to put out the amount of damage required. Yet more Artemis arrows. I think I want to go in the door over here first. This thing is just not a threat. I mean, it tells you his accuracy when you select the attack command. But being in the back row shouldn't matter. Accuracy 100 for Edge, so Edge can't possibly miss. Accuracy 86. Maybe it does. Maybe it does affect its accuracy somewhat. But if I put him in the front row, he'll die every single fight with the armor he has now. And looks like I got all the pixels here. Running low on magic points again. Like, we're making it like one floor further. Subsequent trips will not have as many random encounters because we won't have to go so far out of our way to clear the map, though. Let's just go for slow hastes. And we're silenced. Excellent. But Cecil messing like 1 out of 5 shots or whatever it is better than Edge getting face planted every single encounter. We don't have to do wide loops like that on subsequent visits. I don't know why this screen doesn't have a map to complete. Ick. I wonder... Since they're susceptible to break, can I do this with Rose's turn? No. Not useful. Oh, we're real low on magic points again. Probably grab this treasure here and then ski-daddle. I guess she can Osmos real quick. That'll get her through this battle at least. Where's Rydia's spell? She's been full for like an hour there. God damn it. Obnoxious. Very, very obnoxious. I sat here watching her with a red bar, and everybody else got to act before she did. It must prioritize enemy movements over hero movements. If two creatures like have the same ATB. Just Kira, I guess. The game does try to guess what hero you're wanting to target with a particular item or effect. Retreat? Really? You were winning the fight? You had me on the ropes? Making slow but steady progress. We haven't had to bail out of an excursion into this dungeon that hadn't been productive yet. Also, I wanted to sort my inventory. So I'm going to run from this encounter until I'm strong enough to actually fight them. I just need to be able to put out way more damage before it's even worthwhile fighting that encounter. So you're not going to drop anything if they self-destruct. You don't get any gil or experience either. Just like a haste for this fight, I think. No effect. Cecil is immune to such nonsense. I almost want Rydia to have Cry in these circumstances, because Kain can apply Cry, but he never gets a chance to actually deal damage with Jump. Because Kain has a second invisible meter that has to fill up before his jump lands, which I think is too much of a penalty for the ability. Well, he should jump right away, and then the bar should represent his casting time while he's in the air. And then he drops when the bar is filled. Broken. The day will come when we're glad we have Kane again. Where he's super useful to us. This'll help a lot. Oh, it's this friggin' guy. Alright, we're going to... What were we doing? We like to Berserk Edge in this fight. Blink and Berserk Edge in this fight is what we like. And then defend with Cecil. And we'll focus jump with Kane. If the thing survives that long. Which it may not. Because Edge is getting some serious damage put out here. We have Cry. We didn't have Cry before. That's the difference. One focus jump against a crying opponent just about hits the damage cap. And it dropped a power sash. Beautiful. That's actually really good. We lose quite a lot of defense and stuff, but his strength goes up considerably, which I think I like. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I'll make that trade. I missed a pixel on this floor. Where is it at? I think I do have Giant's Gloves too. Do. Oh, and it's a buffed... Magic defense goes way down. You know what? Let's do it. Let's just max out his strength. Where did I miss a pixel on this map? I don't see it. tracing my eyes along the edge of each area, but I do not see the missing pixel. Oh, that's annoying. And I have a solid wall around all of the areas. And 1% of the map is not enough for there to be another passage coming back. So it's just got to be like a pixel on an edge somewhere. So I guess I'm just going to walk around all of the edges entirely. I feel like haste for this fight, because they're not super dangerous. Like, they're not really going to... They're not really going to murder Cecil. I think we gave Edge like an extra 1,000 damage. With that power sash and the giant's gloves. Unfortunately, neither of those items will carry over. We're going to have to get them to drop again on subsequent playthroughs. I probably don't need a flare to finish this thing off with Edge going ham like he is. Hug the bottom wall? We'll try that first. There's not a missing pixel on the map, and typically they're real easy to spot if there is. So there's probably a weird like corner or curve around the edge. And the pixels just look solid, when in reality one of the little pixels just outside of the edge is missing. That's my guess. Well, with Edge paralyzed, we probably should have used Flare there. Oh well. There we go. Looks exactly the same to me, so don't know exactly what we accomplished. Surprise! There's monsters down here. Oi. He got 2 turns before Rosa got 1. Dragon's attack is so strong it leaves you speechless after he knocks you to the ground. Dead. Alright, next floor down. Eyeball? I think, is Doom all this thing does? Because if so, it's actually not dangerous. Not a very dangerous enemy at all. Unless you can count multiples of them. I don't know that I believe that 86% accuracy on Cecil's attack. Oh, it's 72 against this guy. Probably because he's flying. Gold Hourglass is a nice item. It's nice to have a breather enemy. This is a serious fight. Get them both slowed. See, this is what we're gonna lose edge a lot now because we gave him that gear. So he's gonna die every time we fight dragons, probably. We're gonna need to Arise here. Dual cast Arise. And you're out of MIPS. God damn it. I don't think we can win this then. Without magic points. They're both slowed, so we have that going for us. She's out of magic points now. I can give her an ether here. Miss? Kane, how the hell did you miss? Oh. Kane, why? Let's go, big boy. I think an attack that takes this long to execute should not be able to miss. I don't know if we'll actually finish the game tonight because we have grinding ahead of us first. There's 3 items I want to grind in this playthrough that are supposed to carry over to subsequent playthroughs. We need to get the pudding for the Naming Way side quests. And an onion blade. And a set of adamant armor. And it's time to bail again. blows my mind that anybody is out of quarantine right now. I can't believe that people aren't allowed to quarantine properly. Well, even being a nurse, the fact that nobody's allowed to quarantine properly doesn't make your job any easier, I'm sure. I can't imagine the pressure you must be under going to work. Nice. And that's also a rare drop. Inlet goes down 20. That's not worth equipping. Why would I ever want to equip that? Yeah, why would you ever want to equip that object? I can't think of a circumstance in Final Fantasy IV where you would not want Rosa and Rydia to have, like, to reduce their spellcasting stat and boost their attack stat. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Why would you ever Berserk Rosa? There's no need to ever do that. There's no circumstance where berserking Rosa is even halfway smart. She has to heal every single fight. She has to be casting white magic constantly. In Free Enterprise, you can get away with it sometimes because you can have two white mages in the party. Like, you can have Porum or Tella doing the healing while Rosa uses arrows, but even then, if you're going to spend the Berserk spell, you might as well spend it on somebody who's already strong. I mean, against this encounter, maybe, if you want the extra bonus damage against dragons. And we're surprised again, so we're probably all going to die here. Go for Kiraja. I want the big boy to come out first. Like, if you were forced to have two white mages in the party, and you had no good attackers in the party, and you really needed Rosa to be, like, if she was your only physical fighter, I could see it then, but that's a really bizarre edge case. I've played dozens and dozens of Free Enterprise seeds, and I don't think I've ever seen that situation. Not that it's impossible. Yeah, let's actually do Kira and then Asuma. No, let's not, because he's just going to get hit again anyway. Like, my wife is a teacher. She has to go teach every day. So practically speaking, she's exposed to about 900 people every day. In an environment where you can't, like, safety procedures aren't followed properly. I live in a state where we don't have a mask mandate. There's no, like, nothing is closed. Everything is required to be open. And because everything is open, nobody has the choice to stay home in quarantine. Everybody has to go out. Which means our numbers continue to go up and up and up. This guy again. I wonder if I have better odds against him now that I've got... Here, let's do this. Let's... Kira... Berserk. You see, in Florida, there's not even reduced classes. It's just everybody has to go to school. That's it. That's the deal. Problem is, Edge is going to get his dumbass killed with counterattacks, and I can't really heal Edge and Cecil. So these spells are going to be wasted now. She's going to target herself, even though Edge is in yellow health. Go ahead and target yourself. Let's go ahead and spend the spells on you. That's the smart thing, I think. I just can't put enough damage on this guy fast enough. I don't have any way to kill him before he kills us. I mean, before he explodes. He's not going to kill us, but he's going to self-destruct, and we can't get his drop if he self-destructs. I wasn't even close. I had 6,500 more damage. The robot has a rare drop. We have to find a way to kill it. I suspect we just have to finish getting our equipment out of here and be much, much stronger and more resilient to its attacks. But the day will come where we have to grind those guys, and we have to be able to kill them consistently without them blowing up. Rather than cast Flare twice, I might as well cast the big boy once and save 10 magic points. And the wiki has incorrect information about that monster's stat block. It says it counters magic attacks with self-destruct, but I've hit it with magic attacks and not had it self-destruct, and I've had it self-destruct without hitting it with any magic attacks. So I suspect that's just information that got placed on the wiki based on maybe the 2D version of the game, and for some reason they just haven't updated it. Let's get the big boy back out. Like, I'm curious to know what kind of, like, strange community politics goes on behind the scenes at the Final Fantasy wiki, but not so curious that I want to actually look into it. I feel like that might be a rabbit hole that's not worth looking into. But there's so much bad information we've come across over the years on that silly wiki. I remember many years ago when I was playing Final Fantasy XI, so going, what year, 2003 or 4 or something like that, but it was like before the game had been like data mined and stuff, and people were having to kind of work their own way through what all of the mechanics were, okay? So there was a website at the time that was collating a lot of this data, and it had a forum on the back end where people could discuss it and stuff. Because this was in like the days before actual wikis, like wiki software was mainstream. So there was a particular boss, and any boss fight in an MMORPG, like you want to know what debuffs can be applied to the boss fight. Can I go in there and give him slow or silence or poison, or like what works? It's like, this is data that you want to know. And there was this huge like edit war. One of like the site's admins mained White Mage, which was also my main class at the time. And she had put bad information for a boss fight up. This is a terrible, terrible fight. This is unconscionable. Oh my god. Back attack against these nerds, not good. So, I remember reading through this discussion thread, and like dozens of people were telling her, I think it was like slow, like you can't use slow against this boss, like it doesn't stick, or whatever it was. Whatever the debuff. Maybe it was like a Dia debuff, which is like a damage debuff you can put as a low-level White Mage. But she was insistent on keeping the bad information on. Like, she had people banned over this. And so, like, the actual main page for whatever the boss fight was said, like, some people believe that this spell works, but other people dispute that fact. Like, that was the wording on this, ostensibly about this video game, which must have a programmatic explanation for it. Like, either the spell works or it doesn't. It can't. There's no mystical. But yeah, because the site admin just wanted it to say something, it just continued to serve up that bad information. And I like that kind of thing. I think happens on a lot of wikis. Because fandoms run wikis, and fandoms are kind of notoriously terrible. So slow will stick to this guy, but nothing else we've tried will. And we're already low on magic points. Let's go haste. Like, that's the problem with this thing. It counterattacks. The first line of this monster's stat block on the Final Fantasy wiki is, this creature... Here, let me actually read it, because it's hilarious how terrible it is. Armored Fiend is a weak enemy in terms of attack power. Like, really? Why would you write that on the wiki? Who wrote that? Who typed that sentence into the wiki software? Who were you? And why did you tell horrible lies? All I can think of is, like, maybe if you get to level 99, yeah, the guy's attack power could be construed as weak. Sure, that's fine. Edge is dead. It's just... Weak attack power, this monster. It's weak in terms of attack power. Never forget that. It's 1500 damage 3 times because it counterattacks everything you do. The wiki says use physical attacks and avoid magic, but it counters both with that attack that does 1500 damage. And I'm out of magic points again. Like, I've got nothing. Oh, I actually killed it. I burned it down. Didn't drop anything, though. 28,000 experience. Like, but no. In the SNES version, that monster is very strong. Like, it's not a weak monster in terms of attack power. There's no reason to type this. Let me read it. Here, let me link it, actually. Because this is specifically a web page for the 3D version of the monster. And I've run into this kind of problem on the wiki a lot. Like, it's not just a localized thing. Some of this information I do trust. It says type giant heavy. I trust that. It's a giant because you hit it with a giant weapon. It does more damage. Easy to test. And it's heavy. We know that because none of the debuffs stick to him. But Armored Fiend is a weak enemy in terms of attack power. The Armored Fiend counters any magical attack by self-destructing, which is again not the case in this version. The most efficient way of defeating Armored Fiend is by using physical attacks and avoiding the use of magic. I guess that's technically true? Maybe? I gotta bail. We didn't make any progress on this run. Good night, Alex. Thanks for hanging out, man. But yeah, I do wonder, like, why do those errors persist on the wiki? Like, surely somebody out there actually knows. Because frequently the wiki will not have information that is very common amongst speedrunners of these games. Like, Final Fantasy speedrunners have better information than the Final Fantasy wiki, so you would think at least one of the hundreds of speedrunners that runs one of these 100 of games would go to the wiki to correct the record. So there has to be some force inside the fandom that runs the wiki, the site admins or something, preventing that from happening. I have to imagine that's the case, which is delightful when you think about it. Like, it makes me a little happy to know that angry, obsessed nerds are still doing the same things they were doing back in 2004. That's what we're working on getting now. We have to clear all the maps before we can get Treasure Hunter. So when we get to the end of this dungeon, we'll be able to get the Treasure Hunter augment. That's according to the wiki, though. I should be clear. Like, according to the wiki, that's how we get the Treasure Hunter augment. But I remember that's how I got it on the DS version, and I can't imagine that's been changed. I've gotten quite a lot of road drops. In fact, we just got a power sash for Edge. My boy's wearing Power Sash and Giant's gloves at the moment. So we've seen some rare drops, but nothing that'll carry over to the next playthrough. Good night, Resinier. Thanks for hanging out, man. I don't have the drop lists memorized. I don't know the percentage of every single item in the game, so I have no idea if any of the rare items I've seen have the lowest possible drop chance. I have no way to check that. But I also don't care. I have a specific list of items that I'm going to need to get to drop off of specific monsters in order to complete the inventory. And most of those I'm not going to even start caring about until the third playthrough. Because most of that stuff won't carry over. It's the tails and the summons that carry over. But even the summons I don't really care about yet. Because I'm not going to cast them. Like, Rydia's not going to be more powerful next playthrough if she has those summon spells. But also because there's just a chance on the third playthrough of the game, if I go through the whole game with Treasure Hunter equipped, there's just a chance that stuff will drop naturally. And it would be dumb to spend a bunch of time on this playthrough farming up like summon spells in the magnetic cave and then just see it drop on the second playthrough. It could also just be trolls. Like, it's entirely possible somebody just posted bad information on purpose to the wiki to see how long it could stay up, and just nobody's ever caught it. Because one thing where I differ from the Final Fantasy fandom, the kind of folks that run the wiki, is that I care about the game's mechanics quite a lot, and not so much the story, and not so much connecting literally every mention of a thing to every obscure Final Fantasy spin-off that it's ever been in. Most of the real estate on the wiki involves just listing every single Final Fantasy game, no matter how obscure or rare, or like if it was only released on one cell phone that nobody owns anymore 20 years ago. So the wiki's an excellent source for like learning about lore in the series a lot of times, but the mechanical data is almost, I mean, it can be it's hit or miss, we'll say. That seems fair, hit or miss. Ugh. Cecil's not dead. That's interesting. Now Cecil's dead. God. Now everybody's dead. Well, we're not making progress on this run either.
Seems about right. Don't worry, Kane can solo these guys. Watch. Here goes. Kane solo coming up. Fortunately, game over doesn't mean anything in this version. It'll just continue me on the same floor a few steps back. Perfect. Nailed it. Let's not get that encounter again. I have won it a couple times, but not from a surprise, I don't think. Don't mind a free shuriken, though. We're also getting to the point where stats are going to start being awarded at level up from augments, not class. This monster is just not worth attempting to fight right now. On our third playthrough, where we have obscene damage from everything. Your silence. Ugh. So obnoxious. And my chair is sunk down again. I have to repair this chair. Like sitting on the floor down there. If you guys are just watching the course of this stream, like watching my face get lower and lower and lower over time. I don't feel the actual descent as I'm sitting here. It must be very gradual. Sometimes I'll try to correlate data, like I'll look something up on the wiki, and if it either doesn't seem right or I know that it's not right, I'll try to find like another walkthrough site that has information. Sometimes like IGN or something has that kind of stuff, but it really feels like those kind of sites always either get their data from like a printed strategy guide. So they only have data that would be inside of a strategy guide, or go with Faraga here, actually. Or they'll have information from the wiki. So again... Strength, speed, and stamina goes up on Cecil. So let me find this information then. I think there was a Steam guide. Yeah, here we go. So Cecil's, he's at that point now. So he has draw attacks, which is stamina. He has reach. Which is speed. And he has counter. Which is strength and stamina. So he's probably okay with those. Rosa has dual cast, which is intelligence and spirit. White magic, which is probably just spirit. Yep. This is probably stamina, I would guess. Not on this list. Oh, there it is. It's at the bottom. It doesn't give anything. And omnicasting, which is intelligence and spirit. So she needs something that can do speed. Aim can do speed. And Bard Song gives her speed. Edge gets speed naturally with steal and throw. So if I want her to gain speed when she levels up, I'm going to have to give her aim back. Which I think I do, so she's going to lose some hit points here. What does Phoenix give? Two spirit. Okay, so she's gaining a lot of spirit. Because she's got white magic and omnicasting and dual casts. You're not quite there yet, Rydia. Black magic. These are not in any order, by the way. I'm looking down this list and it's just not in alphabetical order or anything. So she gets intelligence from that. That's fine. MP 50. She gets nothing. Summon. Intelligence and spirits. Fast talker. Intelligence. She can't get any speed. She can with Bard Song. But I don't want to replace any of these. She'd lose functionality if I replaced any of this. So I'm not going to. She can just survive without the speed. And then Edge and Kane aren't there yet. I'm going to have one set of tail equipment. Unless I just happen to luck into a second set. big boy out. I don't think any character stats carry over anyway, so it's not really going to matter until the third playthrough, because that's where we're going to start fighting super bosses. But it is going to be a consideration on this third playthrough. Augment functionality is going to be more important to me than stats. Even though technically your characters are more maxed if they have higher stats because the numbers are bigger. Oof, Rosa lost a lot of hit points from that. A protect ring. Happy to do that. I think we're going to go for Treasure Hunter first and clear all the maps, and then I'll worry about fighting all the bosses. Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on how tricky they are. I can't wait until Sissel is immune to being silenced. It's such an aggravation. I like to use Cecil as my main healer outside of combat. Use his ninjutsu, actually. I'm not sure if that makes running a lot easier or what. I think we like Faraga for this sort of enemy. But he's a different color, so who knows? Actually, he seemed to have less health than the purple variety. I wonder if that's actually the case, or if it was an anomaly. This guy again. That's right, I can blink everybody now, actually. I don't have to just blink Edge. Alright, Ed, you gotta calm down, son. Attacking while I'm in a menu is just gonna get yourself hit. Oh, don't swap rows, you bitch. Okay, we killed it. The menus in this game eat your D-pad inputs sometimes. And the most common side effect of that is I pick swap rows instead of defend, because I tap up twice to get to defend, but it thinks I only tapped up once. Ah, crystal mail, good. Summon the big boy. The dragons are in reversed order. That's kind of strange. Yeah, that encounter's just not scary anymore. I don't know that it ever was scary, but it's a lot easier to clear. Really? Okay. Omnicast. I can do that. I'm just gonna spam it, huh? Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Gotta go absolutely ham. Jeez. It got 3 of those off before we had a chance to slow it. I mean, we're dead here. Like, it's... That's the only attack it seems like it does. Okay. Why is this fight so much harder than the one for the crystal armor, I wonder? Pop the ethers before the fight. I think maybe I could berserk it. I imagine it's heavy, so berserk won't stick. I would open with an attack this time. Alright, let's see if we can berserk it. Berserk, and if we can berserk it, we're going to have to blink. Which I lost. I lost blink. There it is. Alright, berserk landed, so now it's a matter of how much physical damage is it going to do to us. None if we stay blinked. Oh, let's slow him. I think we're just better off berserking edge rather than throwing shurikens. Good call on the berserk. I probably would have tried 3 or 4 other things before I went to berserk. Because I wouldn't expect berserk to hit this monster. So it gets to counter even when it's berserked. Interesting. Because in the 2D version, my recollection is there's red dragons and blue dragons, and their magic attacks are about the equivalent. Whereas this one, the red dragon is considerably stronger in terms of putting out damage. See, I can berserk and blink on the same turn, and that's how we're going to do with red dragons. Losing 10 point of attacks probably isn't worth it. He's in the back row anyway. The magic defense goes way up. 7 points of magic defense. I'm gonna do it because he's gonna get a lot. He's gonna get a big attack buff from the sword that we should hopefully be able to find here before too much longer. Come on, Rydia, get your spell off before he does. Save us some magic points. She's too slow. I think I would have tried silencing that monster before Berserk. Okay, we got a preemptive strike. This time you surely... will get your spell off first, right? Yeah, there you go. Another one of those. Just useless piece of equipment. I like all of that. Yes, please. Curse just isn't that scary because it doesn't persist. After battle, that's going to get cleared anyway. Good job, Cecil. So Cecil's intellect and spirit aren't going to go up ever if I don't change his augments, but I think I'm okay with that. I think spirit might influence magic defense, but I don't know that for a fact. Oh, this guy, huh? I'm not scared of this guy at all. I might pop some ethers here, because I know if I push through a little bit longer, I will come to a save point, rather than exit the dungeon again. I have not seen anything Cry doesn't work against. Cry is just an exceptionally good debuff. It just cuts their defense stat in half. So it is really one of the most amazing augments in the game. And I kind of love that it's really good on Kane in particular, just because in the final party, he's the one that actually has like extra slots. Oh, it's the little murderer. Why does Osmos cost anything? I hate this game. I hate it. Surely Osmos should be a free spell. Cast Thundaga on him? Nah, I don't think so. I'm good. Well, I'll cast Osmos on him. I'm pretty sure he can drop the Goblin Summon, too. This floor just seems to have easier encounters than the floor above. So this dude's just not a threat. Little Murderer is not a threat. Even though he's called that. It's funny, is in the original SNES version of the game, that monster is called a Tricker. So the first time we encountered that monster as children and saw that it was Tricker, and all it does is cast Libra on itself, like, it's super obvious that it's trying to trick you. Like, that's what it's doing. It's pretty funny. This is the room that has pink puffs. We'll be back here later. We're going to spend many, many hours here. And there's this guy who is also just not a threat, because all he does is cast Doom. So this might be an opportunity to re-up my nips. See, the problem with the, like, earlier versions of the game is you can't farm sirens. Or you can farm them, but you can't buy them anywhere. So you have to steal them from particular monsters or try to win them from somewhere, and it's a big pain in the butt. In this game, I can buy as many sirens as I want, and I'll have the treasure hunter augment. I guess you didn't get anything from Osmos. Oh, she did. She got some. Nice. We want to go down this way. Cottage and across the invisible bridge. Am I just so much stronger now, or is the difficulty on this dungeon really front-loaded? Because all the fights in this area are just like wet paper. Fight these dudes and Little Murderers and Arimons for days. Go ahead, curse me, whatever. It's all good. Good, nourish him. Okay, free apple. little murderer. Osmos this turd again. Heck yeah, ladies, let's do it. We are very slowly picking our way through the final dungeon. That's how it's going tonight. Rose is killing it on magic points right now. Like, after we push through all the warlocks and red giants and all that other nonsense. Here we go. Here's a fight that is going to take a little bit out of me, probably. We'll summon the big boy here. I like summoning the big boy against these guys. Saves a little bit of mana over casting Flare twice. Okay, we can get MIPS out of them too if we want. Oh, Kane's not 72 yet, so he's not gaining stats yet from his augments only. Do a light curing here because everybody's got some nickel and dime to worry about. Rose is naturally up over 3,000 hit points now. Protect ring, nice. I'm just not scared of you, buddy. I'm just not. I think that erases his blink. Yeah. Oh no, he still had one. Oh well, that's just a waste of time. Probably Edge is going to take some damage before that spell comes out, so never mind. That's a slight decrease in intellect, but it's going to be worth it for all the protection she gets from it. Cottage. Alright, I have no idea if we're going to be able to kill this boss. I suspect we will. Because it's not like we can't get much more strong than this outside of just increasing our hit points, really. So we know Reflect does not work against Mega Flare. Does he survive this? Everybody survived. Okay, good. Where's my silk? Where's my silk? Spider silk's on this side now. Alright. Kiraja, everybody. Counter flare, that's not good. Well. I don't want counter flare to hit, ever. Counter flare with reflect up, though. I put reflect on everyone. I wouldn't be able to heal from his next mega flare, though. Do you really want to try that? Hold on. Let me think. Focus. We're going to triple focus. We're going to... No, only one focus. So that's all we can do. Okay, we're going to dual casts. Reflect. No, we're going to Berserk Edge. And then Reflect Edge. So the idea here is that Edge will continuously attack, and the attack will cause counter flare, but flare will bounce off and hit the boss. That's what we're doing today. Okay, that's fine. He didn't counter at all. Oh, I can't shell everyone though because he's got reflect. That's okay. We'll make do. I can single target that on the important people. What's up, 80? Where are we going? Oh, he's bouncing it off. Okay, then that's not going to work then. Arise on edge and then shell on everyone. I like the damage we got out of Kane there, though. This is fine, yeah? Let's see if I can heal with Ashura. Let's turn Edge into a monster here. Hastes. Bailzel. Go, Daddy! Not a very good heal. I mean, it worked for my purposes, because the only person who needed healing was Rydia. Protect everybody, then cure Raja everybody. We're going to use cottages after this, so there's no reason to play it coy. Nope, never mind, he's dead. Rise and protect. And then she's out of lips. Alright, we got him with the big boy. Solo thief. Ooh. Ick. No thanks. Solo White Mage is actually a very interesting run. I've completed it a couple times. Yeah, that increases his accuracy quite a bit. Okay, good. So he should not miss from the back row anymore. His accuracy is literally over 100. How did you only last 5 minutes? Like, you can't do anything in Final Fantasy inside of 5 minutes except fight imps. What, did you get into a fight with some imps and you're like, eh? How did your imps even kill a white mage? You should be able to cast Ruse once, and then they can't even hit you. Ah, Rimon's drop elixirs. Nice to know. No need to waste any magic points on this guy either. He's like, no, really, I'm weak to thunder. Come on, guys, why don't you believe me? But I didn't believe him. Just double checking the map here. I don't see any missed pixels on this side of the map. This was back when you thought 8-2 was random. Excuse me. I have completed Thief solo in Dawn of Souls, where thieves are actually good. So this guy literally cannot kill me because he can't land Doom against the girls in the back. It's like, even if he doomed everybody in the front line, all the dudes, like, he would never be able to win the actual rest of the fight. Actually, a cherry Pepsi my wife bought this week. I'm gonna aim. Did need to. Just the doorway down here, I think. Back attack? What is this mess? Summon the big boy. They used to make a lime-flavored Pepsi that I really, really liked back in the day. I have not seen Pepsi Lime for a decade. And of course, Vanilla Pepsi, which they do still make from time to time. Can I summon the big boy? Is the big man coming? There he is. Missed a pixel somewhere. Awesome. Where could it be? It's gonna be one of these hug the bottom things again. Unless it's up this way. That just wraps all the way around in this version, I guess. Okay. Shoot. I don't see where I'm missing a pixel. So yeah, it's going to be one of these hug the bottom things again. Alright, let's go back down to the bottom. It wasn't just an experiment because they sold it pretty consistently for a long time. So it wasn't just like a one and done kind of thing. I remember buying it for a long time. I'm still missing, even though my accuracy is over 100. Around this ledge, maybe? We are surprised by a monster who will never attack me. Push every single edge here. So I put some attacks on the yellow one and put some attacks on the silver one, and then when the big boy comes out, should clear out both of them. Chat's been slow tonight. I guess we haven't watched this animation yet. In the solar system here. People are in lurk mode tonight. Alright, Magic Pixel, where are you? It's not here. Might be on the bridge over here? That'd be real annoying. And then this goes back up to 5. Which is already complete. It's got to be along the outer rim of the center area then. 'Cause it can't be on this upper area because we completed this map from both sides. And it doesn't seem likely that it's in this center spire here because that's where the invisible bridge is. We have to like literally walk over that to get anywhere. But it's funny now how non-threatening the enemies are in this area of the game. So we're just kind of getting free experience. That's the invisible bridge right there. Alright, so we've pushed against every single wall in the lower areas. It's got to be in the middle area somewhere. I think we pushed the lower wall. We'll push the upper wall now. So here's the invisible bridge from this angle. This is the final dungeon, but we still have a ways to go in this dungeon. Like right now, we're missing a pixel somewhere on the map, so we're stuck at 99%. So I'm just scraping the edge of every area of the floor that I can reach to get the last pixel wherever it is. I feel like we went down around this already, though. This may be going up the other side here. Is Star Ocean 3 bad about its maps? Final Fantasy 15, you kind of have to do this with maps. Like, the radius around your character doesn't seem that large when you're trying to just kind of fill out a map, so you can kind of get your bearings with the shape of an area. You end up scraping a lot of walls and stuff in that game, too. Is it up along here somewhere? So I get that they must have some kind of algorithm that determines how much of the map you've seen. It's not like a Super Metroid situation where one screen literally equals one block of the map. So there's a radius around your character, and you clear blocks of the map as the radius of your character enters those blocks. But there has to be some kind of rounding in the background because of percentage points or whatever, and I think they round down and not up. If they rounded up, you could complete a map without getting the last pixels of it. Which for maps like this, probably would be better. Because my map is complete. It's just the game disagrees with me about that. Summon the big boy. Really? Was up here, huh? Okay. Even though that's the entrance to the map, like I came down those stairs, you have to stand in that specific spot to get one of the pixels of the map. Symphony of the Night had these issues. Anybody who's tried to get full map completion in Symphony of the Night knows this agony. Where you gotta press the dog up against the ceiling. I can't imagine having this problem in Axiom Verge, because you have to press every single wall in Axiom Verge to find secrets. My recollection is that map worked based on screen, though, not based on like a character radius or pixels or whatever. So we just get one of these pieces of useless armor, then that nobody would ever want to equip ever. Ah, now she is faster a little bit. Well, her speed's not going up, so you can't get that much faster. But nope, we will never equip that. We have like 4 of them now. That's true in Symphony of the Night, too. You gotta go to the last boss room, then use a library card and warp out. Which counts the percentages in the last boss room for you. Oh, this guy, though. Berserk Edge. We have lots more damage output this time. It's Berserk Edge, and then Kiraga everybody. Yeah, Axiom Verge 2 is in development. I'm looking forward to it. Got him. Okay, so we have enough damage that we can kind of kill these things now. Which is nice. Alright, does this thing work like in the 2D version? I guess we'll find out. Berserk Edge, I think he hastes for us. So we'll just go Holy. Yeah, he puts haste on for us. So the numbers run faster. Oh, he's dead. That's it. That's all he had. Bye, nerd. I could not care 2 licks about the story in Axiom Verge. I couldn't tell you what it was, and I absolutely do not care if the second has a connecting story or not. Not interested. I'm in this one purely for the gameplay of it. I love the first game's approach to being an exploration game was amazing. Big stamina down. That's okay. I don't really have to save in this version because it does do the auto-save for me, but old habits die hard. Good miss. Classy miss, Cecil. In fact, in games like that, I often come to resent the story because it gets in the way on replays. Like, a lot of times that style of game it'll let you skip the cutscene, but like you have to press a special button to skip a cutscene, and most cutscenes are actually like 2 or 3 cutscenes in a row. So you end up like doing start X, start X, start X to skip like one story sequence. Metal Gear games do that, and it's really obnoxious. Oh, there's like one of these dudes in this version. I think he's going to put haste up, so I'm just going to go with the big boy for this fight. Yeah, counter reflect. There it is. So I'm glad we're going with the big boy. So he's not going to get slowed. That slow's not going to matter because he's immediately going to get hasted. Kiraga Edge. I've got to select that again. Kiraga Edge and then shell everything. Okay. Suna Edge. Suna Free. Didn't get Cecil though. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Cecil sucks. Oh man, Frog Punch! Frog Punch is gonna get us there, guys. Frog Punch is gonna get us home. Suna yourself, and then Kiraga everyone. Nope, he's dead. there is a boss fight, or a encounter, rather, in the save room. Because of course there is. I'm about to use a cottage, so you're getting the full Monty here, buddy. Zelda has a timeline because obsessive fans demanded it for years. Like, they couldn't leave it alone. Oh, that's because this isn't the save room. I am dumb. This is the save room. That is where I'm going to have to call it for tonight. If I stream much longer than this, YouTube will never let me edit this video if I need to. So I want to thank everybody for coming out, hanging out with me tonight. If you haven't followed the channel, make sure you do that. Most people who watch don't follow, but the more people that follow the channel, you'll see when I go live and stuff. So I didn't get as far tonight as I wanted to because this dungeon actually took a lot longer than I was expecting, but we will be able to get the treasure hunter augment in the next stream and do some actual grinding for a change. Thanks for watching, guys. Peace out and sleep well.